oath must be sworn to. Please sign this report. Thank you.
Okay, this to me. His chair does go up because it's real high. Right, good morning. We're just waiting on the defendant to be brought up. Okay, we're here today on the state of Florida versus Nikolas Cruz for a sentencing hearing. It's my understanding that the state has testimony or evidence that they wish to present at this time.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, we do. But the first thing I'd like to put on the record is that we had asked for the full day today.
Okay.
And unfortunately, we found out that Ms. Stephanie Feist, who is the mother of Aaron Feist, she was scheduled to speak today along with numerous family members of Aaron Feist, passed away on October 27th, on Thursday. So no one from the Feist family will be here today.
So sorry.
Yes, it's terrible. And so that was part of our mourning.
Okay.
So the other thing I'd like to say is that the Montaltos, Anthony Montalto, Gina Montalto's brother, is in school.
Okay.
And he doesn't get out of school. He will be here after his lunch break with his father, Mr. Tony Montalto. So if we could, I don't know what time we'll conclude this morning with our witnesses.
Okay.
It's shifting for their statements.
Okay.
And if we could take a break so that we could accommodate the Montalto family.
Just let me know what you need to do and when, and I'm happy to accommodate you.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. The first family, on behalf of Mr. Christopher Hixson, Your Honor, we would like to call Miss Debbie Hixson.
Good morning, Ms. Hixson. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Please state your full name for the record.
Deborah Ann Hixson.
State.
Ms. Hixson, if there is something that you would like to say as a victim in this case pursuant to Florida law, please feel free to express yourself.
Thank you. Christopher Brent Hixson was an extraordinary man. He was a father, he was a husband, he was a son, a brother, an uncle, a cousin, a godfather, and friend to many. He was stolen from us by an unimaginable act that you planned and executed. You stole him from us, and you did not receive the justice that you deserved. There is no mitigating circumstance that will ever outweigh the heinous and cruel way you stole him from us. You were given a gift of grace and mercy, something you did not show to any of your victims. I wish nothing for you today. After today, I don't care what happens to you. You'll be sent to jail, you'll begin your punishment, you'll be a number, and for me, you will cease to exist. You have taken enough from me and my family, and today, we close this chapter on this part of our nightmare and only remember Chris for the hero he was to us every day. I pray the media and the rest of our community also closes the door, and that your name and existence will be erased from everyone's conversation. You wanted to see the family suffer. Well, no more. We will not just survive, we will thrive, and we will honor Chris and the other 16 beautiful people that you took from us with positive action and wonderful memories. They will not just be victims of the MSD shooting. They were individuals. They had plans and dreams, and I will live the rest of my life making those dreams come true. I will no longer let the darkness of how he was stolen from us be how he is remembered. I will take my pain and turn it into purpose and continue to shine the bright light of Chris's life to help others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hixson.
Thank you. The state would next call Miss Natalie Hixson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You can put your hand down. Please state your full name for the record.
Natalie Hixson.
Okay, state. You may inquire.
Ms. Hixson, is there something you'd like to say on your brother's behalf?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Since your prefrontal cortex of your brain is not developed, I will keep this very simple for you to your IQ of 83. Just like you, I use Google and social media as well. I figured you could relate to that. According to Google, the definition of victim is a person harmed, injured, or killed as a result of a crime, accident, or other event or action. You are not a victim of anything. Again, according to Google, the definition of entitled is believing oneself to be inherently deserving of privileges or special treatment. This is who you are, entitled. Just an individual out for attention that can get it, whether it is good or bad, as long as you are in your spotlight. Well, that spotlight burns out tomorrow. Nobody's going to remember your name or who you are or what you did, because after tomorrow, nobody cares about you or what is going to happen to you, because it ends. Since social media is so important to you, this came across my TikTok For You page. Sadly, I can't remember the fellow educator that this quote belongs to, but you are born looking like your parents, but when you die looking like your decisions. My brother Chris, on February 14th, died a hero. Not just to our family, but to countless others of individuals that he touched. You, however, you will die as nothing because you are nothing.
Thank you. The state would next call Mr. Thomas Hixson.
see you again. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down. Please state your full name for the record.
Thomas Emmanuel Hixson.
Okay, state. You may inquire.
Mr. Hixson, is there something that you'd like to say on behalf of your father, Mr. Christopher Hixson?
I would.
Please.
Treat, never, keep. 4 words that don't mean much to a lot of people. But anyone who's gone through any kind of basic firearms training understands that these are the 4 weapon safety rules. Treat every weapon as if it were loaded. Never point your weapon at anything you do not intend to shoot. Keep your finger straightened off the trigger until you're ready to fire. Keep your weapon on safe until you intend to fire. These delineate the intent to fire. Pretty straightforward. You learned these when you were in JRTC on the marksmanship team. I know that because I was also a member of the JRTC marksmanship team when I was a student here in Broward County myself. So you knew that, you understood that. And the evidence of this case proved that you had intent to do what you did. A year ago in this very building, you told us that you had remorse for what you did. Well, where was your remorse when you saw my father injured and bleeding out on the floor and decided to shoot him for a 3rd time? Your defense preyed on the idea of your humanity, yet you had none for those that you encountered on February 14th. You're not a disturbed or broken person. You're a person who fundamentally lacks character. You lacked gratitude for what you did have in life, which is more than many others have. You lacked courage to seek whatever help you needed. You lacked the strength to ignore your misguided anger and channel it into something positive. And you lacked love, not only for yourself, but for those around you. Instead of seeking out a community to support you, you resorted to the lowest form of communication, violence. You sought out power and strength over others, ignoring that the strongest people are those who have a tribe behind them. That's what people like my dad had that made them strong. They had people around them who supported them and built them up. What you did was weaken a family, a community, and generations of young adults by taking their strongest advocate out of their corner. You are, unfortunately, living proof that evil does exist in our world, and you've proven that you have nothing positive to contribute to society. You're not going to be a case study or provide some kind of breakthrough insight into the mind of a school shooter. You're instead going to be relegated to a name on a tombstone that no one ever visits. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Teresa Robinovitz and Melissa Rosen, please.
Good morning. Are you going to be speaking first, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Please state your full name for the record.
Teresa Robinovitz.
Thank you.
Ms. Robinovitz, would you like to make a statement on behalf of Alyssa?
Yes.
Please do.
Two weeks prior to February 14, 2018, I bought Valentine's Day cards at the nearby dollar store, only to have met a cashier. As I checked out, that would change my life forever. Those cards are still in my closet, untouched. In addition, minus one day, your family would have been my neighbors directly across the street on Lakeview Trail in Mar-a-Lago. And I would have been the first person to come over to your house and bring you brownies and welcome you to the neighborhood. But no, instead, I was sent an Instagram picture and dialogue with you pointing an AR-15 directly at my townhouse. Nikolas. I have a great idea for you while you're spending your time in jail. You should write a book on how you and your defense counsel beat the judicial system and got away with murder. And speaking of the judicial system, the Florida Supreme Court should look at the law that was changed in 2016 that allows the minority rule in the case of a death sentence verdict. If killing 17 innocent people and wounding 17 more does not warrant the death penalty, then what possibly does? I'm too old to see you live out your life sentence, but I hope your ever-breathing moment here on earth is miserable, and you repent for your sins, Nikolas, and burn in hell.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Please state your full name for the record.
Melissa Rosen.
Okay, Ms. Rosen, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
When tomorrow starts without me, and I am not there to see, if the sun should rise and find your eyes all filled with tears for me, I wish so much you wouldn't cry the way you did today, while thinking of the many things we did not get to say. I know how much you love me, as much as I love you, and each time that you think of me, I know you'll miss me too. But when tomorrow starts without me, please try to understand that an angel came and called my name and took me by the hand, and said my place was ready in heaven far above, and that I'd have to leave behind all those I dearly loved. But when I walked through heaven's gates, I felt so much at home, when God looked down and smiled at me from his great golden throne. He said, "This is eternity, and all I promised you. Today your life on earth is past, but here life starts anew. So when tomorrow starts without me, don't think we're far apart, for every time you think of me, I'm right here in your heart."
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down, and please state your full name.
David Robinovitz.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Robinovitz, as Alyssa's grandfather, do you have some words to say?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Parkland murderer. My name is David Robinovitz. I'm Alyssa Aladev's grandfather, and she was my friend. I thought about today somewhat, a lot, and I realized I kind of came to a conclusion that you guys won for now, and basically we lost for now. But that's not going to happen, because Parkland murderer, there's going to come a day. It could be a week from now. It could be a month from now. It could be 40 years from now. You're going to die. When you die, it is my fondest hope that they take you and put and burn you and take your ashes and throw them in the garbage dump. You know why? Because garbage to garbage. And at that time, Parkland murderer, it is my hope that you go somewhere to meet your maker of whatever it is. And Parkland murderer, I hope your maker sends you directly to hell to burn for the rest of your eternity.
Is Miss Vicky Albert up here? Stacy Lippel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your full name for the record.
Stacy Lippel.
Nice to see you again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. State.
Ms. Lippel, do you have a statement that you'd like to make as a victim?
I do.
Please go ahead.
You don't know me, but you tried to kill me. I will have a scar on my arm in the memory of you pointing your gun at me, ingrained in my brain forever. The person I was at 2:20 on Wednesday, February 14th, 2018, is not the same one who stands here today. I am broken and altered, and I will never look at the world the same way again. I used to be eternally happy and relatively carefree, but now I have worries and fears that seem unreasonable to most. There's a change in me that runs deep. There is underlying sadness within me that is never quite gone. A part of me is damaged, and I can feel how different I am, even if it isn't visible. The scars inside of me are those of horror and guilt. Horror at the memories of what you left behind in your wake, and the guilt that I am left with because I wish I could have done more to save my coworkers and my students who you killed. Why should I bear any burden from what you created? I look at the world differently now, with very little trust in a defensive mindset. I try not to let those who are close to me see it because I am the pulse of my family. They rely on me for comfort, for strength, and my ability to look at situations in a logical manner. I have walls up because I feel like I am always in protection mode. This has fractured friendships and altered relationships with my family members. I can't accept it when someone wants to comfort me because I feel like I must always be strong. This has repelled people from my life. It is now a knee-jerk reaction, the new me. My kids almost lost their mother, and my husband almost lost his wife. Their view of the world and their innocence was taken from them as well. My children were at school that day too. They were afraid for themselves, but even worse, they thought I was dead. Teenagers who were living their best life were faced with unheard trauma, attending funerals of their friends and watching over me, their own mother, for signs of unraveling. I see you in my nightmares and in my daydreams, and not a day goes by that I don't think about that horrible day. Because of you, I check for all exits wherever I am. Because of you, I think of the worst case scenario for myself and my family. Because of you, I will never feel safe again. This statement is offering just a crumb of closure for me, knowing that I will live with this until I take my last breath. I am disappointed and disgusted with the verdict that was handed to you. You do not deserve the best case scenario, and under any circumstance, the idea that you, a cold-blooded killer, can actually live each day, eat your meals, and put your head down at night seems completely unjust. The only comfort I have is that your life in prison will be filled with horror and fear. So my hope for you is that you die sooner rather than later. I have no forgiveness in my heart for you. You are a monster with no remorse, and every breath you take is a breath wasted. Thank you.
Ms. Lippel, I know I speak for everyone when I say you are a hero.
Thank you.
That's how myself and my staff will always remember you. You were a hero to those children that day, so thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Brie and Eric Wikander.
Good morning.
Morning.
Who's going to speak first?
We both, well,
You want to speak
well,
first?
I'm going to speak first, and then who's going to take
Okay,
over?
would you both please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. And Miss or ma'am, will you please state your full name?
It's Brie Wikander,
How do you spell your last name, please?
Wikander.
And sir, what is your name, please?
Eric Wikander?
And the same spelling.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wikander, on behalf of your son Ben, do you have some words to say?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
My name is Brie Wikander. This is my husband, Eric. We are Ben Wikander's parents. We are here today to speak on behalf of our son. The following is what he wants conveyed to the court. Ben was shot 3 times on February 14, 2018 at Marjory Stoneman Douglas. He was 17 years old. Today I will be sharing some of what happened to Ben on that day and afterwards. This is what he is choosing to make public. Ben was shot in his arm, his abdomen, and his back. These were not graze wounds. He was shot through and through. He had extensive internal injuries in addition to a shattered humerus that required surgery to insert a titanium rod to hold his arm in place. He sustained severe radial nerve damage in his right dominant arm. Something that still has not fully recovered over 4 years later. Ben spent 14 days in the hospital and has gone through 7 surgeries with the possibility of more in the future. He endured countless painful procedures on a daily basis while in the hospital. Ben was brave and strong and inspired even the doctors and nurses that got to know him. One of Ben's trauma surgeons, who was a surgeon in the military, once said to us, "Ben sustained injuries similar to what a soldier would in combat." That really put it into perspective for us. His initial recovery included months of wound changes at the hospital, physical therapy multiple times a week, and countless doctor's appointments. When he came home, he couldn't even stand long enough to brush his teeth. Shrapnel that is lodged in his spine was pressing on nerves, causing severe pain in his legs and feet. To this day, he is still recovering. He continues to have limitations to what he can and cannot do. You will never understand the pain that he has gone through. His life and the lives of our entire family have changed forever, both physically and mentally. He was one of the most critically injured students that day, but he has chosen to take what happened to him and use it as power to help others. Challenges will lie in his path, but he will conquer them, and we will help him.
We hope that you, the monster who did this to our son, endure a painful existence in your remaining days. Whatever pain you experience in prison, unfortunately, will be a fraction of what Ben endured.
Thank you.
Vicky Alphadev.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your full name for, please state your full name for the record.
Rebecca Jarquin.
How do you spell your last name, please?
Jarquin.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you have some words on behalf of your granddaughter? I'm sorry.
It's on behalf of Lisa Aladev's grandmother, Vicky Aladev.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay. There are no words does not apply today, as I have many words that I choose to say. You made a decision, and I pray that you are tormented and tortured, both physically and mentally, because of it. How dare you use the excuse that you performed the unthinkable because you had a challenging upbringing. In your video, you demonstrated that you were in full control and quite calculative with what you intended to do. You carried it out and were quite coherent to request a sentencing trial by jury. How dare you cover your ears during the trial? How dare you destroy this community and my family? God should not have mercy on your soul or physical being. You robbed my family and many others of life, happiness, love, and so much more. Alyssa was an innocent, charismatic, and empathetic young soul who was on a path to make a difference in this world. You destroyed that. You single-handedly robbed her of the right to live that you exercised by request of jury trial for sentencing. As a grandmother, you took away my pleasure of spending quality time with my granddaughter. I pass by stores she loved to shop in, and all I'm filled with is sadness. The love between a grandmother and grandchild is powerful, and you've single-handedly destroyed that. I'm tortured every day knowing that I won't receive a call saying, "Grandma, can you?" or "Grandma, I love you." All I have now are the memories. Your actions have turned my family and my life upside down. Alyssa's grandfather, my late husband, lost his desire to live, which in turn cost him his life through illness. You've abolished all fibers of happiness. I'm not here today because my own health has been compromised, somewhat in part to your actions. We have no inner peace and are suffering tremendously. What you did is worse than pouring liquid acid on an open wound. The fact that you are still breathing the same air that I am sends shivers down my spine. You are a revolting entity. I can't even call you human, as you are not. Your excuse was to blame dear old mommy. Are you serious? I hope you blame your dear old mom for the hell you're going to receive while in jail. The death penalty would have been a cakewalk compared to the demons you'll face going forward. I'm filled with many hateful and hurtful words, but alas, you're not worth any of them. You've not earned any mercy. Again, the death penalty would have been your best retreat. May every second of your rotten existence be faced with the images of each person you've slaughtered, along with each family member you've damaged. May our words haunt you like your actions haunt us.
Your Honor, at this time, could we have a 5-minute break
Absolutely.
just to see who's here?
Absolutely. Why don't we make it 10? We're going to be in recess until about 5 minutes after 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
in disadvantage towards what the legal system should protect and impart. Justice. Justice. Justice, Miss McNeil. Justice, Miss Curtis. Justice, Mrs. Shea. Justice. Leaving an open question if this, the worst mass shooting to go to trial, does not deserve the death penalty, what does? To encounter people like you who diminishes the senseless and violent crime committed by this killer, justifying it by stating that he is mentally ill, broken, and brain damage, showing more compassion, empathy, and humanizing him the way you all pejoratively to us and our killed loved ones during the whole trial, where we patiently, hurtfully, and with composure, we, the families, we, the victims' friends, we, the injured, contain ourselves to voice our pain and outrage towards you all. Watching and listening, day by day, how embracing arms, note exchanges, signs of affection is like a sadist fetish towards the victimizer. And that is what's all made by each one of you. You were delightful to do that. Shameful, despicable behavior by you people, stating loud and clear that killing is not an aggravating factor. Then what it is? We need more to hear from real, honest, and honest people. Mitigating factors did not exist. You understand that? You built it. Evil is in his system, meaning your system. Simple as that. Imposing fear to control the jury's decision toward phrases such as courage over comfort. Do you remember that, Ms. McNeil, when you were wearing white, giving your closing arguments? Huh? Wake up at night and hear your heart. Gave me the strength to this day where the universe grants me and us the opportunity to say what should have been said at certain times. It is not anger or revenge that put me in this position. I want you to listen very well. I am far beyond those feelings. I have emptiness, I have sadness, and I have grief. I am broken. I am broken. I am broken. I am broken.
I am broken and I am broken. And you are all in the same team. Because all of us now, we are broken. Me, our family and friends are shattered forever. But within all thoughts, one especially comes to mind at this moment. Karma. Karma. This is what you all will face for the rest of your miserable life, because you are all a team. The fact of facing your children, family members, and the society that surrounds you, when you confronted with the question, you victimized and defended a child, an educator killer. You all. A school shooter. How about if someone like that comes to our school and kills us? That's a question that you gotta answer someday. You, not me. Victimizing and pleading mercy for this defender, it's on you. On you. On you. Your sleepless nights where you will hear your heart pounding will be filled with regrets, because the only real victims were the ones he massacres. And karma will eventually catch up to you all. Now you, the defender, the killer. The defense said, we dehumanize you. It is far from reality. You are a natural evil killer. I thought that the devil did not exist until death put us in front in this path. You had in your head enjoyment. Listen to me, defender. Enjoyment. While killing my son, Joaquin Oliver, and coming back to him to blow his brain out and splattering his blood all over. This is the recognition you wished for. Your living hell is about to get started. Your share of karma will bite you as well. Joaquin is the king. Joaquin is a legend for what he is and for what he will be. Nice, kind, humble. And you will remember every single day of your life about what Joaquin is. This is all I have to say right now. Let me add something else. Your boss, Mr. Wick, says, the sentencing hearing is not only an accountability process, but there are also some cathartic pieces that come from it. So I thought that we were here to solve a problem, not to do a catharsis. Thank you, My Honor.
Ms. McCann, can you just give me 1 minute to figure out what's going on with the Zoom? So I'm being told that the Zoom doorbell sound that keeps going off is linked through the microphones and the ceiling. So there's no way to mute it. So rather than have that doorbell ringing throughout people's testimony, I've told Ian to just, at the end of each witness, we'll wait 60 seconds, turn it on so that anybody who wants to come in can come in, and then we'll turn it back off so that that doorbell is not going off constantly, which I think is quite distracting. So he's opened it now. It's been open for 30 seconds. We'll give it another 30 seconds, and then we're going to close it, and then we'll do that at the end of each witness or two.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, State, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The State would next call Ms. Inez Hixson.
Good morning, Ms. Hixson. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name for the record.
Inez Maria Hixson.
Okay, state.
Ms. Hixson, is there something that you would like to say about Mr. Christopher Hixson?
Yes, there is.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. I've waited 4 years, 8 months, and 18 days to come forward and finally address everything that's been churning inside of me for a long time now, and I'm sure every family member here feels the same. But I admit that I've been a coward, and I've hid from a lot of this for the last 4 years, 8 months, and 18 days. Because for me, I still struggle to this day to fathom. My mind cannot fully grasp how this could ever have happened. Because my story is a little bit different than everyone else's. On February 14th, 2018, I was deployed on a United States aircraft carrier off the coast of Iran. On February 14th, due to time change, I flew my usual flight, and I never got the chance to check my email from my husband, as is standard procedure. By the time February 15th came around, And I said, I read his email, I will never forget it. Babe, I'm on the way to the airport, but my dad didn't make it. He's dead. When I finally got the chance to call my husband off the ship, the first thing I said to him was, did they catch the car? Did they get the guy who got him, who ran him over? I didn't get a chance to read his previous emails that told me what had happened. My husband was at the airport at that time, making his way over to Florida from where he was stationed at the time. And when he told me what had happened, I collapsed to the floor. By the time I made it back to the United States, 4 days later, I entered my mother-in-law's house, and it's a scene I'll never be able to burn off my brain. That night, when I finally had a moment alone with my husband, and we had the chance to chat, there's another thing that I will never forget. And the thing that my husband said to me was, I just wish the killer had talked to my dad. I wish he had reached out to him, because my dad would have shown him the love that he so desperately needed. My dad would have given him the guidance and support that every other person failed to give him. And that's exactly who Chris Hixson was. Beyond everything that everyone has said, he would have given the shirt off his back. He was a courageous, loving, and wonderful man. And I never got the chance to tell him that. So I came up here today, not necessarily for me, but for Chris. And not just for Chris, but for all the other victims who deserve to know that they will be remembered. And that unfortunately, I'm not the only service member that has had to go through the loss and murder of a family member in recent years due to the plague like him that are becoming a cancer in our country. As a service member, I took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And to the defendant, that's exactly what I view you as, a domestic terrorist. And everyone that does these heinous acts like you, because again, as I said, as I stood and stared off the coast of Iran and defended everyone in this country through my service, I thought I was the one in danger, but it was my family being slain back home. I wish no peace for you. I wish nothing but pain. And I hope that every breath you take, you remember that that's a breath you stole. You stole Chris from us, but we will honor his memory every single day. So in a sense, you also gave us at least that gift. There's a lot more I wish I could say, but I can't even look at you right now. Thank you, Your Honor.
Don't ever think of yourself as a coward. Please, people handle things in different ways. You're a hero, and you have a beautiful family. You all have made such an impression on this court, and I wish you the absolute best. You are very strong, very good people, and you've made a lasting impression on everyone, truly. And I thank you for your service and bravery, and your dad's as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't think anyone's waiting, so if you want to go ahead and call your next
Thank you,
witness.
Miss Megan Petty.
Hi, Megan. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Please state your full name for the record.
Megan Kelly Petty.
You're Alyssa's sister.
Elena.
Elena's sister. Okay.
Good morning. Would you like to say something on behalf of your sister, Elena Petty?
Yes, please.
Please go ahead.
It's okay. Take your time.
Would you like to sit down?
Could I just have a moment and do the first?
It's okay. Should we take a few minutes?
Yes, please.
Okay, we're going to be in recess for 10 minutes. It's no problem. Thank you. the lawyers are present, the defendant is present. Ms. Petty, whenever you're ready, you may go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Thank you. I heavily debated coming to court today to speak for a few reasons. I feel betrayed by our justice system. I've put myself in a very vulnerable position by coming in and sharing about my pain, which I'm very private about, and telling everybody how much I have suffered, which I tried to put aside to honor Elena's memory, and I feel it ended up accomplishing nothing here. My main reason, though, for not wanting to speak was that I didn't want to give you the opportunity to enjoy more of our family's suffering, which you've admitted that you wanted to see. This entire ordeal has pushed me to my emotional, physical, and mental limits. It will continue to do so for the rest of my life, even more so now that he has escaped being punished to the fullest extent of the law, as I believe he should have been, knowing he gets to live out the rest of his natural life, something Elena doesn't get to do because of his disgusting and violent actions on February 14th, 2018. He has escaped this punishment because a minority of the jury was given the power to overturn the majority decision made by people who were able to see him for what he is, a remorseless monster who deserves no mercy. He has admitted to knowing what he did and described it in horrific detail. A person has to be incredibly sick to want to hurt another human being, even sicker to dwell on the desire and craft a plan, and unimaginably evil to execute that plan, which didn't just hurt people but ended lives. To add insult to murder, he was even arrogant enough to plan a disguise, believing that he would be able to escape his actions as my sister lay dying on a classroom floor, unable to escape his bullets. This incredible darkness that he has within him, which has been labeled here as mental illness, is something that should be considered unacceptable and intolerable. Yet, in this court, we have shown the world that if one stretches the truth, they can get away with not only murder, but mass murder. Every single sick, twisted little freak hiding in their room, searching up things on the internet like mass shooter hype videos of mass shootings, police response times, etc., will now look at this case and say to themselves, all I have to do is claim mental illness and I can get away with it. An incredibly dangerous and ridiculous precedent that has been set here will affect the lives of children across the nation. The defendant and I are the same age, and I can say for a fact that at the time he murdered Elena, he was old enough and mentally aware enough to understand the permanence of death, what that meant. He understood how much it hurt from his own personal experiences. And he fully understood what the consequences would be for murdering someone, yet he chose to do it anyway. I could sit here and complain, as he has, that I've had a hard life. I was bullied in school. I've lost 15 family members and loved ones since I turned 9, to sickness, suicide, accident, and now murder. Not once have I ever turned to hurting others as a solution to make me feel better, because I'm not a coward and I'm not weak. However, after witnessing these proceedings, it appears to me that we coddle, protect, and even reward weakness and evil in a person. I have tried to turn the other cheek so many times and stay strong throughout Elena's murder and everything related to this case afterwards, so much so that I feel that my cheeks are bleeding. But I'm still here trying to do the right thing and stick up for her memory. I have relived Elena's murder in this courtroom. No one that's up here right now can imagine what it's like to have a little sister murdered. And you cannot begin to, understand the depth of pain that it is to relive it in a very public setting, surrounded by strangers. I have heard the gunshots that killed her through the speakers in here. I have listened to the medical examiner describe the fatal gunshot wounds that he inflicted on my 14-year-old baby sister. Sorry, I can't see. I gave a victim impact statement earlier in this trial in an attempt to follow the law and represent my sister's memory, all that's left of her, only to be met with myself, my family, and 16 other families of the defendant's murder victims being accused of only trying to attend looking for revenge. Not once have I petitioned the court to allow me to kill him myself. We are all here to seek justice. I am painfully aware that sentencing him to death will not bring her back, and I am the only one on this half of the room that has to go home and live with that forever. But what we've been told here is that 17 lives are worth nothing if you can make enough excuses for your actions. He has gotten everything he's wanted in this case, save 3 more victims, because as he stated, his goal was to take the lives of 20 innocent people. And we are left with nothing and a slap in the face to top it off. Elena was unable to protect herself from his bullets in that classroom, and this court has failed to protect her posthumous rights, her memory, and her family. I believe that who you are as a human being is, 1, how you treat other people. He showed no kindness, no mercy, no remorse while murdering Elena. He shot 139 rounds of ammunition in that building. He had 138 opportunities after his first bullet to stop. He could have stopped after the first classroom, after the first magazine, after the first floor, but he chose to keep firing, to climb multiple staircases, and to continue his rampage because he was enjoying hurting other defenseless and frightened human beings. He shot Elena through the heart. Why? Because she didn't pick a good enough hiding spot? Because she wasn't able to escape his line of fire fast enough in a moment of intense fear? He shot her multiple times as he did every other victim to make sure that she was dead. That is how he treats other people. Another thing that shows who you are as a human being is your actions when you are struggling. I understand that he believes his life has been hard. I don't think a single person in this courtroom today can say they have had an easy life, yet the rest of us keep trying to do our best, and he believes that he is above that charge. He chose to turn to violence to solve his problems, and is now being protected from the same punishment he needlessly inflicted on my sister because he's too scared to receive what he exuberantly dished out. The first major event of my adult life was when I was 19, when my sister was shot to death. And now my early 20s are ending with being told that no justice will be done in her memory. That she died, but it doesn't matter because his life wasn't cupcakes, rainbows, and sunshine. He gets daily meals, a roof over his head, and a bed to sleep in now. My sister's body is food for carrion. Her roof is 6 feet of dirt, and her bed is a coffin.
She died scared. She tried to hide behind a desk, and he shot her multiple times, as I said, with one of the bullets hitting her in the heart. She died alone on a dirty classroom floor, and whether she suffered for 1 second, 1 minute, or longer, although I can't imagine she lived very long after a bullet tore through her heart, she had no chance of being rescued or saved, and he made sure of that. The building which you all have walked through is where her last breath, her screams of pain, and her blood have rotted away for years. I will never get to say goodbye to her. I will never get to look at her face again or crack jokes with her. The last time I saw her sweet face was when she was lifeless and cold, laying in a coffin. If I want to visit her or talk to her, I have to drive to a cemetery and talk to a plaque with her name on it. He is going to have the ability to see his family and call them. I get to spend the first half of every visit I make to her grave for the rest of my life trying to avoid thinking about how her body is beneath my feet and wondering if I'll see her in another life. Elena will never grow up. He stopped her at 14. She's never going to go to college, get a job, get married, meet any of her nieces or nephews, have kids, or even breathe again. But he'll be able to draw breath, and he has for the past 4.5 years that she has not. And he will get to continue to do so into old age. I believe that one who robs another human being, let alone 17 of them, of their power over their own life and the right to live out their natural lives, getting to keep both of those privileges is not an example of justice. Thank you.
Megan, I'm deeply sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Patty. Is there anyone in the Zoom waiting room, or can we continue?
Nope, we don't have anyone. So thank you.
Mr. Max Schachter.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please, when you're ready, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down, and please state your full name for the record.
Max Schachter.
Thank you. State whenever you're ready.
Mr. Schachter, would you like to say something on behalf of your son Alex today?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Judge, thank you for your kindness to our families. And thank you for taking this trial so seriously. There's nothing more important to my family than receiving justice for Alex. I'd like to start with the victim impact statement that Karen and I gave earlier. It was really difficult. My wife and I tried to verbalize the pain that we feel every day, knowing that Alex is never coming home, and he was taken from us in such a horrible, horrible manner. The other very upsetting part of the victim impact statement was the restrictions that were placed on our statement. We were prohibited from talking about the murderer, the crime, and the punishment that he deserves. We wanted that creature to receive. To add insult to injury, the Florida state law instructed you to tell the jury to completely disregard everything that we had just said. It's not right, and I will work to fix this injustice for the next family. Both juror Melody Vinoy and Mr. Johnson said that the law failed the families, and I agree with them. I just rewatched the defense's closing argument, and one thing that really stuck out at me was their insistence that the jury that the murder had slipped through the cracks. The defense knows that that is a lie. They know Sheriff Bob Galtieri, the chair of the MSD Commission, had said that he had never seen an individual that has received more mental health services than the Parkland murderer. But in closing arguments, you reiterated over and over again that he didn't get the proper services throughout his childhood. Let's look at the facts and see if that was actually true. Dr. Kravitz, his psychologist when he was 8 years old, spent 15 sessions with him over 13 months. Then from 2005 to 2007, at Coral Springs Elementary, he received direct language therapy multiple times per week and family counseling weekly. Caridad Harvey, another witness that testified, a mental health counselor from Henderson Behavioral Health, spent 7 sessions with him from 2009 through December of that year. And in 2011, he received more direct language therapy once a week and counseling once a week. At Westglades, he received ESE services for academics and social development with more pull-out language therapy and counseling. Dr. Karpf, his second psychiatrist, treated for him for the next 3.5 years. And she had him on multiple medications from Strattera to Focalin to Resveratrol. But then former public defender Howard Finkelstein of Broward County said that, quote, "We let one of our children fall off the grid." That wasn't true. This individual didn't fall off the grid. He was the grid. He was getting every service that they offered. Services continued. Camelot conducted 27 home visits between 2013 and 2014. Then he received more services from Henderson. From their time with him, they turned over 700 pages for this trial. 700 pages of therapy sessions. He received weekly therapy sessions between 2014 and 2015 that totaled hundreds of hours of therapy. Does that sound like somebody that fell off the grid? Finkelstein? Jessica Flournoy testified from Westglades Middle School. She was the admissions counselor in 2015. She said he was in group sessions for 2.5 months, and then they moved him to individual sessions. During the 2014-15 school year, when he was in 9th grade, he made a lot of progress, we heard, with therapy at home and in school. And he only had 2 absences that year and a GPA of 3.14. A parent advocate then also met with Linda an additional 47 times. During the 15-16 school year, when he was in grade 10, he received language therapy again once a week and counseling once a week. In addition, he was receiving counseling provided not only by the school, but also by Henderson. Then Dr. Nagin, his next psychiatrist, treated him for the next 5 years up until right before the shooting. But Gordon Weeks, the chief Broward public defender, said he fell off the cracks. But we have to save him now. The defense in their closing argument said that if he had just had the proper diagnosis, that things would have been different. Really? How? His therapists were treating his behavior and his symptoms. Nothing would have changed. Would they have changed his medicine? No. He was on medicine after medicine over the 15 years. He's on medicine now, and he still wants to kill. She said he needed to be properly diagnosed so that he could receive the proper programs and services and accommodations and interventions. He got all of those. Altogether, he had well over 200 individual sessions with mental health professionals. Does that sound like somebody that fell off the grid? They tried everything. They couldn't have given him more services. Over the course of his life, starting at a very young age, he received more than most kids in America will ever receive. It's irresponsible for you to make a statement that is an outright lie. You're making the mental health crisis in America worse by misrepresenting what actually happened to the Parkland murderer, just so you can receive fame and notoriety and go on a book tour? There are so many people that really need mental health services and did not get them, but that's not the case with the Parkland murderer. His psychiatrists, his psychologists, counselors, ESE teachers, all testified to that effect. He was on medication for most of his life. The problem was that he didn't receive, not that he didn't receive services or medication. The problem was that none of it worked. Prior to the trial, I had a lot of hate and anger in my heart for his mother. Today is the anniversary of your mommy's death, isn't it? She's the one who bought him his first gun. But after learning more details of her life, living with that animal, during the trial, I understood how much she tried to do for the murderer. There are kids in foster care with no families, kids in abusive homes, and kids living with drug-addicted parents. But that's not the situation. He lived in a loving home. Linda Cruz loved him and tried to help him for the 18 years she was with him. She continued and she never gave up. She took him to doctor after doctor, tried medication after medication. God only knows how much money she spent. Of course there are going to be breaks. No one can be 100% consistent for 18 years, especially when nothing seemed to work. Dealing with those two monsters, I'm sure it was emotionally and physically exhausting. But she was pretty consistent between the ages of 3 and 18. When some things aren't working, you stop for a while. And she did, but then she went right back. And she continued all the way up through her death. She never gave up on him. You said that the Camelot counselor if he murdered and tortured your children, I don't think you would be hugging him and giggling with him. The defense said the death penalty was reserved for the worst of the worst, committed by the worst of the worst offenders, right? Isn't that what you said? This scum sitting right over there is not the worst of the worst? The Parkland massacre was not the worst of the worst crimes? You obviously have a very high tolerance for murder. God knows what you're showing your kids on television. You obviously have no conscience. If you don't think that this is the worst of the worst, how could you sit there listening to what he did and say this is not the worst of the worst? He hunted down innocent children and staff, terrified, then tortured them, blew their heads apart like a water balloon, and enjoyed it. That doesn't make it on your worst of the worst murderers list. You make me sick. Another person the defense brought up many times to get the jury to vote for life in prison is Scarlett Lewis, the mother of Sandy Hook victim Jesse Lewis. The defense mentioned several people who supposedly love him. One that wanted to make money off of him through producing a movie about his life. And the other wanted to make money by selling her social emotional learning product. During the trial, we learned that Scarlett Lewis calls the murderer and tells him that she loves him. I hope she knows that after she hangs up that phone, he's laughing at her. He then goes and draws 666 on his cell wall with his hemorrhoid blood and draws pictures of guns and writes how he would like to kill more people and murder more people. Her naivete shows that she is a fool. She should know better after her son was murdered in Sandy Hook. I'm sure she's not watched the trial. But if she did, she would know that his mother loved him very much. He didn't have an abusive home life. There are children out there being tortured and raped and don't receive any love. But this was not the case. The Parkland murderer did have love in his life. He even had a girlfriend. But you can't fix evil. It is such a disservice to people that are struggling with mental illness to use that as a mitigator for what he did. There's so many people in this country that suffer from mental illness. They're not going out torturing and murdering people. You mentioned he's got brain damage? Really? Where's his brain damage? In what area? To say that is insulting to people that really suffer from brain damage. He walks. He talks. He can converse. He can hold a job. He's a better shot than most people. There's no brain damage here. And it's insulting to people that truly have it. He did it all. He held a job all by himself. This murder was well thought out, research, planned, premeditated. He knew exactly what he was doing was wrong. He got enjoyment out of it and watching people suffer. He studied doing this for years, even long before she passed away. He wanted to do this. He wanted to kill people. This was an act of pure evil. Society tried for almost 2 decades to try to rehabilitate him. He had more mental health treatment than anyone. Henderson was at his house for hours a day. Hours a day. But he fell off the grid, right? They tried to get him off his pathway to violence, but nobody was successful. This wasn't somebody that fell through the cracks and you know it, or got lost in the system. They tried, but they could not change his determination to inflict pain upon everything that they touched, whether it was animals or human. He is a sociopath that does not deserve to live amongst us. This creature, that creature, has no redeemable value. And the other prisoners that you will encounter in your new life will inflict that pain upon you, hopefully 17 times over again, until you're screaming for mercy, just like your victims. You mentioned that life in prison is punishment for him. He wanted life in prison from the beginning. How's that punishment? He's been fighting the prosecution and the families for the last 5 years because he doesn't want to die. He's scared to die. He had a well-thought-out strategy to wear his school ROTC shirt that day so he could escape with the rest of the kids running for their lives. Punishment is something the individual doesn't want. In prison, he gets to receive phone calls, boxes of fan mail. He gets to fall in love and get married. He gets a tablet to email and text people. He gets to receive visitors. He gets to watch TV, read books, draw, and write about killing again, and even get a college degree. How is that punishment? He has never had anyone punish him before. He received 77 disciplinary referrals just in middle school alone because he was a menace in the classroom and never had any consequences. How is giving him what he wants, again, punishment? It's not. It's ironic that the anniversary of your mother's death is the same day as my birthday. Today's my birthday. Just know, I want you to know, that every November 1st, I will be celebrating my birthday while you are in prison. And every November 1st, I will be blowing out my birthday candles. And you know what my wish will be? That you suffer a painful, violent death. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Schachter.
We don't have anyone in the waiting room. You can go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Mrs. Ann Ramsey. Excuse me, Your Honor, I was told that she was here.
That's okay.
May I cross the bar?
Sure.
Thank you.
Do these things work? Okay. All right, Ms. McNeil, you may continue.
Judge, I'll wait till we have a break, please.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to wait until we have a break, please.
To when we're not in recess to make an objection? When we're in recess to make an objection?
I can do it now, Judge. With all due respect to the victims' families and the proceedings in Marcy's law, the defense team in this case followed and maintained their constitutional duty, the Sixth Amendment right to provide effective representation to Mr. Cruz. This is a constitutional right that is afforded to every criminal defendant in the system. The court is aware, and so is the state, of Marcy's law and the victims' rights that are afforded in the United States Constitution as well as the Florida Constitution. That does not include personally attacking defense counsel and our children. The defense reached out to the state, Mrs. McCann specifically, in anticipation that something like this might happen. I understand that the victims' families are entitled to feel however they want to feel and are allowed to say whatever it is they want to say. But in the court of law, it is the court's responsibility to maintain the administration of justice. And you know the parameters of a sentencing hearing. The state knows the parameters of a sentencing hearing. I have spoken in email to Mrs. McCann. Mr. Weeks has spoken to the Chief Judge Tudor. And we have also spoken to Mr. Pryor in an effort to prevent this from happening. I did my job, and every member of this team did their job, Judge. And we should not personally be attacked for that, nor should our children. And I'm asking this court, as the administrator of justice, please ask the victims' families like I asked the state attorney's office to do. They know that this is improper. They know this. They know that attacking defense counsel, attacking the judicial system, and attacking the jurors is not permissible. And it sends a message to this community that if you sit as a juror and the verdict you're not in agreement with, that you will be chastised and you will be degraded. Our system of justice is designed the way that it was administered in this courtroom. If he would have gotten death, we would not have said one single word about that, and we would have respected the jury's verdict. This is our system of government, Judge, and Your Honor should be maintaining the decorum in this courtroom to prevent these families from attacking our children and from attacking us personally when we were appointed on this case.
Okay, your objection is noted. State, do you want to
Your Honor, before we call our next witness, I would like to put something on the record, if I may be allowed, Your Honor.
Okay.
And it is important. The defense, the defendant, has taken the lives of these people's family members, their children, their husbands, their sons. And now the defense attorneys want to take the voice of the survivors, the victims, and curtail their rights under Florida law, specifically 941.143, the Florida Constitution, Section 16B, Article 1, which gives victims a right, Your Honor, to express themselves and be heard. They're also trying to curtail the victim's rights to speak under Chapter 960. And Ms. McNeil is right. She did reach out to me, and she did ask that we ask the victims not to speak about the verdict, about the case, but under 941.143, each and every one of these victims here today was apprised under the law by our office, which we had a duty to do, that statements, whether oral or written, shall relate to the facts of the case and the extent of any harm, including social, psychological, or physical harm, financial losses, loss of earnings directly or indirectly from the crime for which the defendant is being sentenced, and any matter relevant to an appropriate disposition and sentence. What these victims are here to talk about today, Your Honor, is an appropriate disposition and sentence. The defense cannot try and impose prior restraint on these victims who have every right to be here and exercise their freedom of speech under the First Amendment, under the Florida Constitution, and under Florida law, Chapter 943 and Chapter 960. And these victims have every right to express themselves. They were muzzled, they were curtailed under victim impact because they knew the instructions and they followed them to a T. And the defense knows that the state worked with the defense to make sure that everything on victim impact was admissible. There were no objections, and the record will bear that out. And Ms. McNeil knows that she and I met to make sure that victim impact was absolutely perfect under the law. And these victims now have a chance and a right to come in here and say what they're allowed to say and what they're legally allowed to say. What the defense is doing is illegal to try and curtail these victims' rights under the law, and it's unconscionable. These victims have a right to express themselves. I have not gone over what their statements are because under the law, under Chapter 960, they don't have to tell me what they're going to say. They can ask me if they need guidance, and I will provide it to them. But they have a right to address this court. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, State, you can go ahead and call your next witness.
I just need to say that the defense is not attempting to curtail the limits of the sentencing proceeding or the rights that the victims' families have. We are not trying to do that. But the state attorney's office knows that what is happening here is beyond what the victims' families are constitutionally protected to do. You can say whatever you want to Mr. Cruz. You can attack him and say whatever you want. But your honor knows that what is happening here is not permissible.
Ms. McNeil, stop suggesting that I know that something is impermissible and that I am allowing it to happen. You're finished. I've heard your objection. It's noted. State, go ahead and call Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ann Ramsey, please.
Right, ma'am.
Ms. Ramsey, right here.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
Are both of you ladies going to be making a statement?
No, just...
Okay. Ma'am, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down and please state your full name for the record.
Anne Marie Ramsey.
It's nice to see you again.
Thank you. You too.
Ms. Ramsey, would you like to say something on behalf of your daughter, Helena?
I would. Thank you.
Please do.
When the trial started, I wasn't sure whether the murderer should get the death penalty or life. But after listening to all of the details, it was most certainly, for me, the death penalty. You are pure evil. On Tuesday, the 13th of February, 2018, I shared my last meal with Helena. And she was radiant. And you know what she said to me? She said, "Thank you, Mummy. Delicious, Mummy. Thank you. Thank you." Her praise was superfluous. It was as though it was a lifetime of thank yous that she was saying to me that evening. And yes, dinner was exceptionally good. It was really good. So I can only say thank you to God above, because my angel was going to be put to sleep. That's all I can say. Helena was part of the First Priority Club at Douglas. So she was a lovely girl. She was an angel to me. How many children say thank you these days to their parents? How many kids said
thank you to their parents last night. How many kids do that these days? Did you thank your mother? Did you thank your mother, the murderer, for pulling you out of what could have been a life of poverty, a sordid life? No, you beat on your mother. You beat her. Before Helen's dad left for work, she would always say, "Bye, Daddy. Love you, Daddy." In the morning she left for school, she said, "Bye, Mummy. Love you." And she skipped off. And my last text from Helena was a smiley face. Just one of those smiley faces with the hearts. Because I had given her a cookie from Target stores. We love Target. It was a soft fondant cookie. It was huge and it had just the hearts, just like the emoji that she sent me. That was her acknowledgement to me. That was her love thrown back to me, saying, "Thank you, Mum. Thank you for throwing that in there on Valentine's Day." That was the last text that I received from my daughter. And this is what I have to say about the Broward school system. Helena, this is a repeat for what I said before. As Helena's mother, I was most impressed by her wisdom and her strength of character. As a young girl, she received a perfect score in her end-of-year math test. And she was told by her teacher, you'll be in the gifted class the following year. And funnily enough, the teacher was Asian, from the continent of India, Pakistan. And she said, "You were a wonderful student, excellent results, and you will be in the gifted class for the next academic year." However, the following academic year, Helena came home and she complained, "I'm not in the gifted class, Mummy." So I told her, "We'll go and find out." So we had a meeting, a conference with the principal, and there was no logical reason given. The principal said, she could have got a fluke on her test. Or perhaps you've even sort of cheated by guiding her towards, I don't know what her reasons were. There was no logical reason from the principal. So, the following year, Helena stepped up and achieved another perfect score. So I was surprised, and I just celebrated with her, gave her a cupcake. "Fantastic work, Helena," I said. So we went to the conference, and on the way out, we met one of her friends and the mothers, and she was ecstatic. Her daughter had done well. Not 100% on the test, but a great score. And when I went into the conference, I waited to hear what the teacher had to say. And she never mentioned it. So when Helena came out, she said, "Mummy, what did the teacher say? What did the teacher say?" Because that was Helena. She loved to step it up. If you tried to knock her down, she would step it up. Yes, a girl at that young age. And I said, "The teacher didn't mention it, Helena. The teacher didn't mention your excellent results." So I promised Helena, I said, "I'll take care of you, because my job is to make sure that you're an all-rounder. You're beautiful on the outside and you're beautiful on the inside, and you do the best to the best of your ability." And I could see that she was immersed in a school system that did not want to promote well-behaved hard-working, conscientious, black, brown, or biracial children. And Helena, she gained her rightful spot in the gifted class. But then she surprised me again. She said, after only a few weeks of being in this class, "Mum, this is not the gifted class. This is not. The children don't understand. The children just talk. The children are popular kids. It's not the gifted class." And this perplexed me because growing up in England, we were always encouraged to do our best. In fact, there were many children from our school, many successful, and many from many different backgrounds. And one was the incredibly talented Sir David Ajajaye, who graduated from the very same high school that I attended. He is the lead design architect of the African American Museum in Washington, D.C. Just imagine the loss if his spirit was crushed when I went to school. Our teachers encouraged us. Doesn't matter what race, what class, we were just encouraged to do our best and encouraged to shine. And Helena and I visited that museum, and Helena declared, "There's so much to see. We must return to the museum to see it all." And sadly, this will never happen. Never happen. And then this statement was, let's see if there's anything else. Yeah. So now I'll move on to the Broward Sheriff's Office. And Vincent Ramsey pretty much said the first part. "I lost Helena, my daughter, on my birthday. And we should have been out, celebrating, laughing, enjoying dinner, just doing the usual birthday celebrations. And instead we spent hours fruitlessly searching nearby hospitals for Helena because we were told that she was injured. Someone had mistaken her for Samantha Grady, which was often the case. So we thought she was injured, so we braced ourselves for the worst. And then we went to the North Broward General Hospital, the main hospital, and we asked for our daughter. I mean, the whole family was searching for our daughter. And when we were at the hospital, just by looking at the response, they knew our daughter had died. But they sent us to the Marriott. They sent us to the Marriott Center. And we feel that they should have told us at the hospital, because the hospital is equipped with conference rooms, chapels, equipped to tell people the passing of their loved ones. Instead, we were sent to a Marriott. And let me tell you, we were waiting there for hours and hours and hours, listening to the screams and the howling of all the other families. All of my family was there that night. And we found out, because I have friends at the hospital in Broward, that you were in the hospital. You were being taken care of while our loved ones lay dead. You were, as far as I can see, continuing your ploy, the start of your ploy for your illness or whatever it was. Instead of taking care of us, they were taking care of you. And we will never forget that night. The screams, the howling. And yes, I quote, "It was not an effing pizza party." One of the families screamed. It was not an effing pizza party. You kept us there. And my family was there until about 3 a.m. that morning that we left. We were the last family to be looked at. Someone came over to us and they said, "How many families are here?" There was only one family, my family, the black family, left until the end. And this is what I have to say to the sheriff's office, because this is how black people are treated. When people say Black Lives Matter, it's how we are treated. I was asked by a reporter, would the shooter have been killed if he was black? And I had to stand there and think about that. I had to think about that, because it's not that simple. The shooter, if he was black, would not have made it past the gate, because that's the response. It's an aggressive response. He would have been stopped before he entered the gate. So I couldn't have said he would have been shot. No, I can say the response would have been different. And this is how we are treated. Same with the Broward schools. My daughter didn't get her acknowledgement. Same with the Broward Sheriff's Office. My family, all of my family, were there until 3 a.m. while you were in the hospital with your fake illness, with your ploy. And that is what I have to say. Because when I sat down with the principal at the Broward School, it was whatever. She just did whatever she wanted to do. She didn't follow the rules. And when we sat in the Marriott Hotel, it was the black family, all herded together, left until the end. And that's the change that needs to happen. People keep going on about affirmative action in colleges. I've been here 20 years. Has anything changed? Very little. It's not in your face, but we still need positive action. We still need positive action. So you took away an angel that day. That could have made a difference in society. And that's all I have to say today. Thank you. Thank you.
State, you can call your next witness.
The next witness, Your Honor, would be Ellen Mayer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will both of you be speaking? Or
I will be speaking.
Okay. Go ahead and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Please state your full name for the record.
Ellen Mayer.
Thank you.
Mrs. Mayer, would you like to give a statement for your daughter, Samantha?
Yes, we would.
Please do.
Thank you. I am Ellen Mayer, and this is my husband, Jess Mayer. We are the parents of Samantha Mayer, and I will be reading Samantha's words verbatim today, as she could not be here. My name is Samantha Mayer, and I am one of the 17 people who were injured during the Stoneman Douglas shooting. The reason I have decided to speak today is not only to share my story, but to share the actual long-term effects of gun violence as a survivor of it. I hope to bring awareness to some parts of a shooting that might be overlooked. I was sitting in my 4th period classroom, waiting to go home to see the flowers that were sent to me for Valentine's Day, and instead, I found myself in an ambulance being transported to the hospital with a gunshot wound through my knee. That gunshot wound stays with me today and for the rest of my life in the form of 3 scars on my left kneecap. The gunshot actually stays with me in many ways beyond what is physical. It reminds me of the most fearful day of my life when I was laying on the floor, unable to move, and terrified to speak. I remember accepting my death at that moment and reminding myself that my friends and family know that I love them. It reminds me of when I begged my classmates not to open the door for the policeman because I couldn't see what was happening and I feared more danger. It reminds me of when I asked a member of SWAT to text my mom because I didn't have the time to grab my phone to tell her that I was alive. Beyond the trauma of that day that replays in my head, I've come to realize that I find trauma in my day-to-day life as a result of the shooting. I am now afraid of tight spaces because if something were to happen, I would not be able to escape. I also look for the closest exit in every room I walk into because I just need to know where it is. I turn around whenever I hear a noise because I need to know what that noise was to put my mind at ease. And yes, I mean every noise. My heart also drops every time I hear a loud noise, and I am transported into a state of pure terror because I am so terrified to be in another shooting. I bet that doesn't happen to most people. I've learned that the beginning of every year brings a lot of heartache for me as I wait through January and half of February for the anniversary of when I saw death before my eyes. Carmen, I think about you every day, and it never hurts less. Beyond the struggles I have in my life currently, I have fears for my future. I fear that sending my children to school one day will be one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. I fear, against all odds, that there is a possibility of him being released one day. I fear so many things that I can't write them all on paper because the thought is too painful. To other gun violence survivors who may be listening, I would like to commend your strength. I know your journey hasn't been easy. The jury had to endure this trial for 6 months, but I have to live with this outcome for the entirety of my life. For my community, my family, and myself, I feel devastated. Justice has not been served. Now we all have to breathe the same air of someone who wanted us to never take another breath. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, that would be it for the morning.
Okay. What time will you be ready, or is it just a matter of taking a break in the normal course?
I think probably, let's see, it's 11:49 now. The Montalto said they would be here after 1.
Okay.
For school, so play it safe, maybe 1:20.
Okay.
All right.
Is that suitable to the defense? Okay, why don't we just make it 1:30?
Thank you,
Do you
Your
think
Honor.
we won't have time to finish this afternoon? Is that why you were thinking 1:20?
Well, no, 1:30 is fine. I was just trying to
That's
be
okay.
conservative with time.
Okay, I know it takes everyone
There are other witnesses for tomorrow as well, but I anticipate it will be a short afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so we are in recess until 1:30.
Thank you.
They still have the secondary screening, so I know it takes everyone time to get back and forth if they go to lunch, which is why I think 1:30 would be better.
Thank you.
Sure.
Oliver llamó directamente al autor confeso de la masacre, pero también a cada uno de sus abogados con palabras que resonaron mucho en el corte. Sí, te escucho. Dice. Perfecto, qué bueno. Thank you. ¿Están grabando allá por ahí? Así es, buenas tardes. Hemos escuchado testimonios muy fuertes en el día de hoy por parte de los familiares de las víctimas mortales y también los sobrevivientes de este tiroteo. Están todos con el día de hoy expresar lo que piensan del sistema judicial y su conformidad con la han habido ataques verbales hacia el equipo de la defensa. Algunos de los familiares solo le desearon Yes. Así es que tal vez muy buenas tardes. Hemos escuchado fuertes testimonios por parte de los padres de las víctimas mortales y también algunos de los sobrevivientes en el museo. Ellos han podido en el día de hoy
Okay, cool. So we'll set the other one back up and I'll call back in.
y su inconformidad con el veredicto de cadena perpetua. E inclusive han habido ataques verbales hacia el equipo de la defensa. Algunos de los familiares no solo le desearon la muerte muy pronto a Cruz en la cárcel y que vaya al infierno, sino también cuestionaron fuertemente el trabajo. Oliver, por ejemplo, la madre de Joaquín Oliver, le habló directamente al autor confeso de la masacre, pero también a cada uno de sus abogados con palabras que resonaron muchísimo esta mañana en la corte. Vamos a escuchar. 3, 2. Karma. A eso es a lo que se enfrentarán por el resto de sus miserables vidas. Así les dijo Patricia Oliver a cada uno de los miembros de la defensa de Nikolas Cruz. Ahí vieron cómo los abogados también hablaron sin decir media palabra. Sin embargo, durante un receso, la abogada de la defensa de Cruz, Melissa McNeil, objetó diciendo que los familiares tienen derecho a expresarse, pero no a atacarlos a ellos y a sus hijos, que eso va en contra de los procedimientos de la corte y que la jueza lo sabía y lo estaba permitiendo. Ahora, la mayoría de estos padres no creen en la enfermedad mental de Nikolas Cruz, lo han llamado asesino natural. Aquí estos testimonios continuarán durante toda la tarde y también se espera en el día de mañana que esto siga. Y dicten oficialmente la sentencia a Nikolas Cruz. Por supuesto, estaremos aquí en la corte de Fort Lauderdale. Todo lo que tengo, Jenny Padura, Univisión. conformidad con el veredicto de cadena perpetua e inclusive han habido ataques verbales hacia el equipo de la defensa de Cruz. Algunos de estos familiares no solo desean la muerte, sino que literalmente vayan al infierno, sino también cuestionaron fuertemente el trabajo de la defensa. Patricia Oliver, la madre de Joaquín Oliver, le habló directamente al confeso de la masacre, mirándole a los ojos, pero también a cada uno de sus abogados con palabras que resonaron muy fuerte aquí en la corte. Vamos a escuchar un poquito. Bueno, karma, karma, a eso es a lo que se enfrentarán por el resto de sus miserables vidas. Ahí vieron también cómo los abogados de Cruz la miraron sin decir media palabra. Sin embargo, durante un pequeño receso que hubo, la abogada de la defensa de Cruz, Melissa McNeil, objetó ante la jueza diciendo que los familiares tienen derecho a expresarse, pero no atacarlos a ellos y a sus hijos. Eso va en contra de los procedimientos de la corte y que la jueza lo sabía muy bien y lo estaba permitiendo. La jueza pues escuchó y le dijo a la abogada que no le dijera lo que ella tiene que hacer, lo que ella sabe que tiene que hacer, y aquí pues los testimonios continuaron. Ahora, ¿por qué tanto, de cierta manera, frustración con todo este proceso? Porque ellos nunca creyeron en que Nikolas Cruz realmente está enfermo, lo describieron, citamos algunas de las palabras, como un asesino natural. Nosotros pudimos conversar con Patricia Oliver, ella nos explicó por qué se expresó de la manera que lo hizo, y por supuesto esta tarde a las 6 vamos a tener esa entrevista con ella. Hay un pequeño receso ahora hasta las 1:30, se esperan más familiares, más testimonios de los familiares que continúen esta tarde y por supuesto también en el día de mañana, y aquí estaremos para ustedes. De momento es todo lo que les tengo en vivo desde Fort Lauderdale. Jenny Padura, Noticias 23, Univisión. Vamos a hacer implicar. Dígame. Ya estamos aquí. Porque esto se va a acabar ahorita, que si no tenemos que volver a salir. Así es, muy buenas tardes. Fue un día nuevamente cargado de muchas emociones. Los padres de las víctimas mortales y también algunos de los sobrevivientes de este tiroteo pudieron desahogarse, no solamente con Nikolas Cruz, sino también con los miembros del equipo de la defensa. Se esperan más testimonios de los familiares en el día de mañana y que la jueza ya pues de manera formal dicte sentencia contra Nikolas Cruz, y por supuesto aquí este equipo de Noticias 23 estará para traerles todos los detalles. En la Corte Criminal de Fort Lauderdale, Jenny Padura, Noticias 23, Univisión. las víctimas mortales de la masacre del Parkland hoy tuvieron la oportunidad de desahogarse. Todo este proceso judicial bien hecho. Familiares de las víctimas mortales de la masacre de Parkland hoy pudieron expresar sus verdaderos sentimientos sobre Nikolas Cruz y todo este proceso judicial. Los abogados de Cruz no salieron ilesos.
on. I'm on. Oh shoot, they didn't call that one in. Alright, lights coming on.
Gotten to spend a lot of time with Caroline. So have you met her?
That's my buddy.
Just checking.
And she's out.
And she's gone. And she's in.
Yes, he saw me last time I was here for a short second.
It was a short second.
Yes.
He knows what I've been having to deal with.
She's a great personality.
But thank
I
you.
know she's a great personality. She's somebody people need to know.
Mm-hmm.
You see
She
here.
keeps us happy.
You here. Okay.
I'm working on my freedom, I tell her.
Look, you sure are. Look at that. You got that a long time ago.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Okay, I'll let you have it.
You so funny. No, what I mean is, you're great. You don't even have to work on it. That's what I'm saying.
Good, 'cause I ain't bring no food stamps.
Oh, you know what?
Terrible.
We got to have a conversation when this camera goes on.
Oh, boy.
We better have a serious conversation.
Okay, I'm getting on comms now.
Me too.
Actually, my purse is still in there and it's got my comms, so I'm going to need to unplug from this end.
Okay.
Click.
Ooh, I think my party line's already working.
Hey, take out square up. Do you see JJ? All right. Thanks.
I'm gonna have to call in. I'm gonna have to call in to Tech Ops.
Okay.
It's my,
Oh, to take ops?
yeah.
Okay, with
But, you know, I'm just letting you know in case they're calling for me.
Okay.
Hello.
Let me see. Who should I be on for you? PCR?
I'll just Tech Ops or
Okay, I'm on Tech Ops.
Director.
Tech Ops and Director. Do you need me to tell them anything?
Nope, I'm calling right now.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I'm good. How are you? Hey, I got you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. Hey, what's that? I got you. Thank you. Hey, Naomi, I got you. Five minutes out.
Julia, let me see your eyes. Okay, peeking is on, and it says, it's outlined in red saying she's in focus. It does? Okay, I'm gonna try it again. All right. Let me see your eyeballs again.
Oh, goodness.
Let me see your eyeballs.
was that for live? Okay, thanks.
Hey, Valerie, I got you. Oh, and Michelle and Valerie, did you all see my divvy up of the talking points to make it longer since we have a whole long time, or a longer time? Did you see the email where I separated the talking point 2 into 2 talking points? Michelle said I could have more time since lunch won't have started, or they won't be back from lunch. Okay. Cool. Good afternoon, Julie. This is a culmination of what has been a very long trial process, but also 4 years since this happened back on February 14th of 2018. But it's a different lightness inside of that courtroom now. And the prosecutor said it best. She said that this is the muzzle taken off of these victims, that they are able to not be under the restraints of the court system, what they were required to do when we actually started this trial, when the prosecutors called them for victim impact statements in front of a jury, and you feel that sense. You feel that they aren't burdened by the jury being there. They aren't having to keep their emotions in check. We're hearing them say how they feel about this defendant. One loved one saying that she hopes his death comes sooner rather than later. Another hoping that he's tormented every day for what he did in such cold blood. But they're also taking aim at the system, at the court system, the jury, and the way that they handled this case, and the men and women who defended this Parkland school shooter during this case. Here's a recap. That was Patricia Oliver, the mother of Joaquin Oliver, 17-year-old who was killed earlier. You heard from Max Schachter, father of Alex Schachter, who was 14 years old when inside of that school. Comments like that, though, prompted a reaction from this defense team, who essentially sat there stoic doing much of the victim impact during the day. Chief Assistant Public Defender, Melissa McNeil, she addressed the court and said that the law does not allow for the victims to be able to speak directly at the defense team or at the jury. They think it could have a chilling effect on the jury. The judge said that objection was noted, but wouldn't go so far as to make an instruction in this case. And we did get this comment from the public defender, Gordon Weeks, who was over that office. He said that Marcy's law, which is one that protects victims and their rights in these criminal cases, it doesn't encourage the jury, or encourage victims rather, to attack jurors or attack attorneys that are doing their job. He says he recognizes their pain, but says it is inappropriate to direct that at those who are duty-bound to uphold the Constitution. Julie. She does have to consider that prosecutors are asking for consecutive life sentences, and that's 34, one for every person who was either killed or attempted to be killed by this defendant. Those life sentences is not going to change much about what he's going to serve behind bars, because that would be life without parole if it's for one, if it's for all, if it's concurrent, or if it's consecutive. But consecutive would mean it'd be stacked on top of each other as far as the law is concerned, as far as the record is concerned. That's what prosecutors are asking for, and we'll see if there's arguments by the defense for something in the alternative. So that is a bit of discretion that she has, but as you mentioned, there's no budging on life versus death. And we are hearing from her inside the courtroom, in addition to what she had to say back to the defense about not making a formal instruction, but saying that the objection was noted. She also is sometimes speaking after the victim impact statement is over in a way that she would not have during the trial. Take a listen. And she had that to say after several of those who have come forward today with this heart-wrenching testimony. They are sworn in, Julie, but ultimately it's their opportunity to say what they feel, what they haven't been able to say, and directing it at whoever they feel is responsible out of this tragedy. Julie, it's millions upon millions, and we're hearing that through the motions that are filed. This is standard procedure after a case of this magnitude, that not only is the prosecution's office putting on the record how much they paid during all of this or was spent in the prosecution of this case, but also the Broward County Jail. They noted in their motion for a lien that he's been in jail 1,719 days. He'll likely move to the prison system once he's formally sentenced. But the cost of that housing him and having deputies with him round the clock and that 24-hour solitary that he was in, $2.5 million. But it is capped under law here in Florida, so all they'll ultimately be able to recoup is $250,000. But prosecutors also saying that they spent millions on this case. So 4+ years later, it's very expensive for taxpayers for a case of this magnitude, for a death penalty case, and what it takes to actually bring it to trial and have the ending that it is. But it's interesting to see those numbers now that we are at the end of the litigation in this case. Thank you. Caroline, I'm going to keep my mic. I'm going to hang up with Tech Ops. Oh, bye, Scott. Oh, wait, did you say don't hang up? Or you'll hang up on me?
that is directed towards the defense team in this matter. It is very important, considering what has been happening throughout this nation with threats to the Speaker of the House and violence that has incurred, that we do not create an atmosphere where dog whistles are being emanated from this courtroom, encouraging folks to act on those same types of behaviors. This is a sentencing hearing. We are asking the court to direct the state to direct those witnesses to address the matters at hand, and that is their feelings with respect to how this particular sentence impacted them and how that would be helpful for the court to render judgment. But to direct any other statements or any other suggestions to the defense and to the jurors to encourage or incite folks to act on those encouragements is not appropriate.
There has been no incitement, there has been no remarks. How you could equate violence, I mean,
I agree, Mr. Weeks.
Talk about is the defendant's violence.
All right, and respectfully, Mr. Weeks, Ms. McNeil, who's lead counsel in this case, has made all of these arguments. I've heard them. There's been 16 people that have testified. Only 2 have made a direct comment to the lawyers. And
you know, Judge, I'm standing here and I see that Jeff Marcus jumped up really quickly. But no one jumped up when people were referring to karma acting in the universe. No one was jumping up when they were referring to the defense children. No one jumped up to try to tap down that rhetoric. That is the rhetoric that I'm talking about. That is what I'm trying to be very clear on. Jeff Marcus, the state, they can hide behind their arguments, but we all are witnessing what is occurring in this courtroom.
which is myself. I'm a judge,
And
I understand that I'm in
Thank you,
charge
Judge.
of the decorum, and I feel that 99% or a great percentage of what has been said has been appropriate. Everybody has maintained decorum, but for a few comments, it's best to just move on as opposed to highlight them.
This is true, Judge, but I am witnessing a building of momentum, and I'm encouraging the court to direct the state to tap down on that momentum so it does not reoccur and it does not become a theme. Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, for the record, the only thing the state has said to any of these witnesses when they get up is, would they like to say something on behalf of the victim they're representing? There's been no encouraging or inciting, as Mr. Weeks has put on this record. That is a blatant falsehood and a recreation of the record. As far as no objections being made, it's the defense that could have objected. It's not the state's duty to object to their own witnesses when they're testifying.
Okay. Listen, I've already heard. If you have anything else to say, you can put it in writing at a later time. I've heard from both sides more than once. That's going to be it. I've made my decision. Like I said, 99% of what's been testified to has been appropriate. I do not want to highlight the few things that were said that were perhaps not appropriate, and let's move on.
Judge, I'm asking for 20 seconds back.
You can have as many seconds as you want in writing, and you can put all of your objections in writing. They've been made multiple times from your chief assistant, from Ms. McNeil, and I don't want to hear anything else. I've already heard it. Is there something that has not already been argued?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, exactly what is it?
Judge, before Mr. Schachter took the podium and testified before this court, I wanted to reflect that both Mr. Marcus and Mr. Sass looked at the statement prior to the reading. And so their implicit adoption of what he was saying was improper arguments. And the court should chastise.
Okay, but what you are doing right now is highlighting something and making more of a spectacle. So if your office in general does not want to facilitate or incite violence, then we need to just sit down and move on. That's it. There were 18 witnesses, 16 or 18 witnesses that testified today. There was nothing that was said until Ms. McNeil made her point made, and, you know, we're moving on.
But is the court going to do anything about maybe stopping it from happening again?
When these people are upset about specific things that have gone on from that table, like shooting the middle finger up at this court and laughing and joking. Miss McNeil, be quiet. When these people have sat in this courtroom and watched this behavior from that table, and they want to say that they're not happy about it, what is the problem?
Judge, I have no problem because I have thick skin. But once you bring in my children, I think that's highly improper and speaking of
I didn't even know you have children. I don't know what you're talking about. Your children? What about your children?
For them to comment on my children is highly improper, and for this court to allow that kind of testimony is also improper.
I don't remember any comments about any children. And if there was, it obviously didn't, it came and went without me noticing it.
Judge, I can assure you that if they were talking about your children, you would definitely notice it.
You need to sit down right now. You're out of line. In fact, you're excused. You need to go sit in the back with your chief public defender.
He's the public defender.
Mr. Weeks, please ask the lawyer from your office to go sit down and not say anything else. To try to threaten my children and bring up my children is inappropriate. Go to the back of the room now. That just violated about every rule of professional responsibility that I have never. If you're going to get up here and you're going to...
Judge, I asked you to go sidebar on this matter.
You, sidebar or not, you don't have one of your assistant public defenders say something about my children?
Judge, that same venom that the court is expressing is the same venom that defense counsel had to sit through this entire morning when their children
She brought up her
were
children
being
multiple
referenced.
times during the trial. Nobody knows if I'm barren or not. They don't know
Judge,
about my children.
Judge.
Sit down. Sit down.
Judge.
Sit down, Mr. Weeks.
Please do not summarily dismiss me.
I'm summarily dismissing
I'm asking
you.
the
Go
court.
sit down.
I'm asking the court. I asked the court to go sidebar.
Go sit down. You don't threaten the
Judge,
court's children.
everyone
Your
in this
assistant
courtroom-
just did that. Go sit down.
No one in this courtroom had to endure what we had to
Go
endure.
sit down. Miss McNeil has made her children a spectacle more than once during this trial. That was her choice. You have absolutely no right to have one of your assistants come up here and suggest something about my children. Now, please go sit down.
Judge.
You're inappropriate and out of line. Go sit down.
Judge, may I have a brief recess?
No. Go sit down.
May I have a brief recess so I can speak to my attorneys?
We're moving on with the sentencing, Mr. Weeks.
So can I have a brief recess?
No.
Thank you.
It's 1:36. Thank you. State, go ahead and call your next witness.
Mr. Anthony Montalto.
Good afternoon, sir. Is it Mr. Montalto Jr. or Sr. that's going to be speaking, or both?
The third gets to go first.
Okay, sorry, the third. I just was trying to indicate that you were younger. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Please tell me your full name or state your full name for the record.
Anthony Vincent Montalto III.
State whenever you're ready.
Mr. Montalto, would you like to say something about your sister Gina?
Yes, I would.
Please go ahead.
February 14th, 2018. I was at West Glades Middle School in my 5th period class, filming a project with my friends. when I heard a fire alarm over at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. I then heard gunshots and ran inside. I sat on my desk and I felt something strange. I didn't know what it was until I felt a large pain in my chest. I realized it was a message saying my sister, Gina Rose Montalto, would not be coming home today. I ignored it out of hope, and I waited until I was clear to go home. I got on my bike, and I rode as fast as I could. I dropped my stuff at the door, and I yelled for my mom and dad. They were leaving to go see if Gina was safe. They told me to wait at home with my uncle. At 10 p.m., they returned as I was eating dinner. They had tears in their eyes. They said she was dead. The worst part about it was, that morning, I did not say goodbye to her. Gina was my only sister. She was fun to be with. She was really smart. She would help me whenever I needed it. I will never have that again. I will never be able to watch TV with her, talk about books with her. Every day, I walk by her room and see that it's empty. Every day, I see pictures and I think about her. Every day I wake up and I remember that she will not be there. It's a great pain that only I feel. To go from a younger brother to an only child in less than 6 hours is a dramatic change for anyone. Every day, I wish I could come home and see her again. Every day, I wish this had never happened. Every day, I wish I had said goodbye like I should have. While this reality I now live in is an unfortunate truth, an even more unfortunate truth is that this country has forgotten who the victim is. The murderer is not a victim of drinking during pregnancy. He is not a victim of mental health issues. He is a murdering bastard that should be made an example by being sentenced to death. He shouldn't live while my sister rots in the grave. The jury has failed the families, the victims, and me. Was this mass murderer a victim when he put the gun to my sister's chest and shot her? Was he a victim when he shot her again? Was he a victim when he shot her 2 more times on his second pass? Some jurors may have thought so, but I know he is just a murdering bastard. I'm speaking about this today because I've held my tongue long enough. People I've heard from adults and parents, police and medical staff, but they haven't heard from me. A boy whose life was changed in a flash when this murdering bastard chose to kill my fun-loving older sister, Gina Rose Montalto. I hope the jurors that allowed him to live will regret their decision after hearing this from me today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. State would next call Mr. Tony Montalto.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down. Please state your full name for the record.
Anthony Vincent Montalto.
Okay, state whenever you're ready.
Mr. Montalto, is there something you'd like to say on your daughter Gina's behalf?
Yes, there is.
Please do so.
I will begin with some positives by thanking the Eagles Haven team for helping our families endure the hours spent in the courthouse. By thanking you, Judge Scherer, for presiding over the trial with all its twists and turns, as well as keeping the press at bay while allowing them to inform the public. You were as compassionate as the law allowed to our families. Thanks to the state attorneys that prosecuted this case for your dedication, your professionalism, and constant communication with our families. To the victims' advocates team, thanks for sitting with us, letting us vent our frustrations, and answer an untold number of questions, from what to expect next to where is prosciutto. This case, with 17 innocent students and teachers murdered at school, is why we have the death penalty in Florida's laws. If the jury had followed that law, if the jury took in the evidence presented, there is only one logical and fact-based outcome. Sadly, the jury ignored the facts and went with emotion. They worried about how they would feel if this murdering bastard was put to death by the state of Florida for committing this heinous crime. They were selfish and misguided and allowed prisoner number 0893407 to avoid the punishment he deserved. The jury was worn out and did not want to be sequestered. The jury instructions were complex, and I believe these factors combined and led to a less than thorough deliberation process. Did they consider what kind of message their verdict sent to our nation's students and teachers when they found a way to excuse the murder of Gina and the others? Did they consider how they would explain their verdict to the siblings of the victims, as my wife and I struggled to do? The current requirement for a unanimous decision for a death verdict is tough to meet. It allows one activist juror with preconceived bias against the death to avoid voting for the death penalty. The vote is not to put a random individual to death. It is called the death penalty because it's supposed to be imposed due to the actions of the convicted murderer. Assuming that's supported by facts, as the jury acknowledged clearly in this case. An interesting historical fact is that now two of the most infamous mass murderers in Florida history, Ted Bundy and this murderer of my child and 16 others, did not receive a unanimous verdict of death in our state's courts. Perhaps it's time for the state legislature to make a change, back to a simple majority, or perhaps a supermajority of 9 votes out of 12, to impose the maximum punishment when the aggravating factors warrant it. This would be more fair to the victims. My beautiful, bubbly, and kind daughter deserved to live a happy and full life. She should have been protected at her school from the monster sitting here, with no less than, 6 BSO deputies, as he enjoys the protection of his rights in this courtroom. I applaud the court and the prosecution team for following the ideals of our justice system, as the evil murderer enjoyed a fair trial. I don't believe the case was fair to the victims. The court allowed the defense to show every aspect of prisoner 8093407's life prior to the execution of Gina and her classmates. Pictures showing his smiling face, while at the same time claiming life was so tough it justified the mass murder of innocent students and teachers in school. Our families were prohibited from bringing photos of our murdered loved ones to the courtroom. We couldn't even wear bracelets or pins to court to represent the victims. The court did everything it could to dehumanize our beautiful Gina, her classmates, and her teachers, who were massacred by this admitted murderer. My family and the others had to sit like church mice in the courtroom for fear of influencing the jury and possibly causing a mistrial. We all showed amazing grace and decorum as we learned the terrible things this murdering bastard did to our children, spouses, and fathers. The justice system even stops the jury from considering our victim impact statements. How could it be a fair trial when the only people who can speak for the victims, those who cannot speak for themselves, have the jury instructed to disregard our words? The system is biased against the victims. It trampled the First Amendment rights of my family in a misguided effort to protect the perpetrator of these heinous crimes. This injustice must be fixed. The victims' rights must be recognized. As for the defense team, you had a job to do. You had no case because the facts of the cold, calculated, horrific actions should have sealed this mass murderer's fate via the law. Somehow, though, you all managed to be petty and marginally professional. You disrespected the court in words and action. You laughed and joked with the twisted and purely evil man you defended. You brought in talented out-of-town personnel to bolster your team and help represent the murderer of my child. No expense was spared as you sought out experts in established and in questionable science, many of which you did not use as you chose to prey on the jury's emotions. What was the cost of prisoner 0893407's defense to the taxpayers of Broward County? That number has yet to be revealed. Those citizens should all ask why. Why was so much effort put towards this prisoner, while in this very building, the same week his verdict was read, 2 other murderers were sentenced to death for their crimes? Quite frankly, you had no right to ask this jury for mercy. He showed no mercy when he shot my forever 14-year-old Gina in the chest, just as he thought about doing when he searched the internet for months before. The dirtbag even came back and shot her on a second pass. Unbelievable. As I read to the court last time I spoke here, Gina loved life. She loved her family, and she was literally a lifesaver. She would have gone on to change the world had she been able to grow up and fulfill her potential. My family had hoped this jury would follow the law and vote to give the low-life admitted killer the maximum penalty allowed to the fullest extent of the law. We expected the admitted mass murderer to die in prison and at the soonest possible opportunity under the law. He should not be allowed any kind of life, any joy, or any time to reflect quietly on his continued existence. We all have choices to make in life, struggles we must all work through. Despite these struggles, we should look to help one another. Yet the dirtbag murderer, who has now gotten a fair trial, chose to kill and maim as many innocent students as teachers as he could, without remorse, without compassion, and with extreme prejudice. He deserves the same treatment throughout his stay in the state penitentiary system. He has had a lot of help throughout his life, and yet he chose to attack our nation's future by shooting up a school. The murdering bastard that took my daughter's life has benefited from the grace and protections of every system our society offers. He should now be placed in a correctional facility where he is forced to interact without those protections. The misguided jury thought prisoner 089-3407 was failed by society. To be clear, the system, schools, mental health professionals, law enforcement, and now the justice system failed my daughter Gina, her classmates, and her teachers, which he chose to murder. A planned, cold, calculated, heinous attack where the monster chose to pull his trigger 139 individual times. Today, the court prepares to sentence this admitted mass murderer. However, the legacy and greatness of the victims is being preserved and extended because Stand With Parkland, formed by our damaged yet amazingly resilient families, succeeded in creating the Federal School Safety Clearinghouse, which today begins a 3-day national summit on how to protect America's schools. As for my wife, Jennifer, my son, Anthony, and our entire family, we will remember Gina every day. We will honor her memory at every opportunity. We will work to make our nation's schools safer for other students and teachers. And the Gina Rose Montalto Memorial Foundation will help others achieve their goals, spread kindness, and keep Gina's light shining for all in this world to see. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Montalto. Judge, may I have a moment to see who else we have? Thank you. Your Honor, that's it for witnesses for today.
Okay, and then tomorrow, your preference is to start at 1:30, if I'm not mistaken?
1 o'clock, 1:30, whatever the court's desire.
Okay, does that suit the defense? All right, we'll start at 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tomorrow, we're in recess for today.
Thank you.